Hello, hello. So, I'm 3 minutes early, so let's wait for some viewers to appear. I'll do some preparations in the meantime. What's on the agenda for today, Felix? Interesting. Here your chat does appear. I'm able to see your chat message, but for some reason. Okay, now it's there. Great. Thank you for the reactions. Thank you for the reactions. It really gets my mood up. Carl, have you been the last stream? So have you been watching the last? Oh, 4 viewers. Awesome. Have you been watching the last few hours of my last stream from Saturday to to um, to to Sunday? Because it seems I'm not allowed. I can't minimize that thing. It's, so I always on top. Awesome. Okay. I just found out today. I found out that YouTube seems to have a upload limit what streams are concerned. So streams will always stop being recorded at 12 hours or so. So like 11 hours 55 minutes in that range, which caused my reaction, my natural, my authentic reaction towards my success at like hour 17 to become lost footage, which is sad, but fine, who cares? Um, so we have an flaw. We've reached flawless transmission, and I can show. Oh, I need to wake that thing up. And you see the speed. You see the speed. So and I've been able to send the whole MD5 executable and made it MD5 itself. So we are at a stage of absolute flawless transmission, and I can't imagine. So the whole MD5 executable. If you want me to, I can reproduce the entire procedure just for your eyes only. So I can php index php hex edit. So I'm reinstalling the hex editor. Hex editor installed. Hex editor is installed. So we can php index php md5 and now the Arduino has its buffer loaded. It has a 4 kilobyte buffer, and it's now you know what I mean, into the computer. So it's now typing of the md5.exe executable, its entire hex dump into that program that I've written. It basically looks at this point basically looks like some 90s hacker movie shit. So it just buffered again. It just got fed again from my computer. And I'm curious how long it takes. So but let's just watch. Eject. I intended to make an ejaculation joke, but never mind. So buffer is being fed again, and ejaculation phase. So I'm curious how long this is gonna take. So like a minute has passed for sure. But it's like a 20 kilobyte application. It's a whole 20 kilobyte application. So these are like, I believe, if it's 20 kilobyte, let me. Let's see its size of that MD5 executable. MD5, 19.4 kilobytes. So these are like 40,000 keystrokes that are you're watching. Petition to change the font color to green. Okay, we can make it green. I'll make it green. So I'll dive in. I'll dive into the assembly thing. I'll make it green just for you. I'll rewrite a part of the assembly code to print green characters. If that's what you want. If you want this to be green, I can make it green. This is going to be a programming stream, a programming related stream anyway, because now since we have this absolute reliable transmission going on, I want the Doom executable or the Doom zip file to be transmitted using base64 or some more efficient format rather than pure hex data, because it takes two keystrokes, so essentially sending 6 bytes using the PS2 bus for like one single byte. And I think with using base64 we can heavily accelerate that process. But it really was a huge chunk of work to get the Arduino library make its job and make its job reliably. It really took me like 17 hours of uninterrupted neurodiverse hyperfocus. I'm not kidding. You should do a second series where you type in the hex dump manually to see if it would have been faster than programming. I'm not sure if all of my viewers are here, like the typical common ones such as Warname. I'd also like to thank two people in special. One, the someone who has sent me two times one Schluchtenscheißer currency, so like Swiss dollar, and I had someone send me quite a significant donation in private, which is awesome, and I'd really like to thank that person, but I'm not sure if I should call that person by name or not. Well deserved. Thank you. Oh, something. This was not intended. So something has happened. Oh, I get the problem. I get the problem. The thing is, sometimes there is unreliable transmission, but it's not an Arduino problem anymore. It's the beeping you've just heard is the keyboard buffer overflowing. So after the program was done, so after the enter key, the program is saving all of its stuff, all of its data, um, onto the hard disk. And while it's busy writing to the hard disk, there's obviously no handling for the keyboard being done. And this causes the buffer to overflow. So we will have to type in the required commands now manually. And this is something I will definitely need to take care of. Exe. Oh my goodness, it's still in caps mode. So I will have to implement some kind of waiting time here or some kind of feedback system if I want to. But like after a transmission, just waiting for like 2 seconds, it should be enough. What is it? So this is like the so-called Vorführ effect, so like the presentation effect in German, doing its work here. So the transmission was successful, but it got stuck at the renaming part. So can we have the MD5 itself? Yeah, and it's the correct number. But you see, there is some. So, but if you really want me to, I will still, I would have to do some improvements on here, on that part. Some waiting time and stuff, and the hex edit part. I'd suggest that we will, I'd suggest that we add some waiting time and then make it green if you want me to. So if you want me to make the hex edit type, the hex edit thingy green, just add some, just do some reactions. Awesome. Gut. Awesome. You could also do a poll. Start a poll. Ah. I'm voting. I'm also doing a yes. Oh God, for fuck's sake. Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Close one. So I'll leave you. I'm leaving you some time to decide. You could also do a poll. Virgin creating a feedback system versus chat just waiting a bit. So 67%. Huh. We have three. So according to my info board, I have like 3 concurrent viewers, and it's a democracy at work. So I believe that. Let's make it green. The people have spoken. They indeed. They did indeed. Okay. Is there more? Is there? Does DOS support like color A and shit? Nope. Set text color to green. Cursor position and attribute page number. Green text. To work with colors in a DOS, you should install the anti-assist driver. Then an escape sequence can be used through the standard interrupt 21H. Also to output text with colors. Oh my goodness. It's way harder than I thought. At some point I'm gonna see Felix chewing on this vape. Maybe. Bias color attributes. Int 10H and 9 doesn't set the cursor, it prints a character. Which interrupt is my program even using to print characters? no idea what the hell I'm even looking at. Anyway, be right back. Gonna get pissed on my utilities company. What did your utilities company do wrong? Huh. Nope. Whatever ChatGPT tried to come up with here. Or do I have to terminate it manually? Ah, okay. Terminate it manually, I see. Okay. VEH Datei schließen. I think this should be it. Does its job. Oh my god. Can YouTube stop auto-modding me? For fuck's sake, I'm sending the link to Discord. Okay. Discord. What does Discord say? Pending. Victor. Victor. Okay. Hi, Victor. I refuse to read that specification, Lul. I refuse to read it because I need more info. So what does that machine that you want to buy or think of buying, what does it have to, what's the thing that you want it to do? Okay, awesome. Now, so at this stage, that code is like perfect. So, including the entire interrupt handling stuff. I love it. Hi there, Fun Lobby Metal. So, Lul says Windows bloated it and it sounds like a jet turbine engine after Ubuntu. It semi works. It's my mom's old laptop that's like 15 kilograms and it's huge. What? Okay, so I'm gonna read it again. HP. Beats edition, you say? What was its release day? So when was that thing bought? So when reading Windows 8.1, it seems like it could be like 2014, 2013. When installing Doom to pregnancy, that's about it, you see. And it has an awkward 100 megabits per second Ethernet LMAO. So the hard drive that's here, the 1 terabyte 5400 RPM hard drive, is that still part of that laptop? That's probably the reason. So I'd recommend you. If you want to. At first, thank you. You're doing us all a favor. You're doing us all a service, especially like. I'm speaking in terms of the Linux community. Windows has gotten so bad that it even got worse as it got incompetitive as a non-technical user's operating system, if you get what I mean. So the weird thing is, if someone would ask me, I have no ideas about computers. I just want it to work. Somehow, and I have like 3 applications that I'm using on a daily basis. One of them being a web browser. I'd always say, use Linux. Go on Linux. Hop onto the Linux train. It's unfortunate that YouTube cuts livestream watch short after 12 hours. The footage where you finally solved the last is lost, I assume. I also assume that, but I'm just glad that I made it work, regardless of the footage. At this point, I don't even care about the footage, so I don't even want to be pessimistic here. If someone would ask me, Felix, what would you recommend? I'd say get Linux. Because at this point Windows has become so unreliable and unpredictable. There could be an update which like completely overhauls like the UI or things that you need to know about it, whereas Linux, as long as you stay on a certain distribution, it's always going to be the same product, which is not the case with Windows. So everything that made Windows has been removed from Windows. But I wouldn't recommend Ubuntu, I would recommend Mint. And if it's a laptop which has a hard time doing stuff, so like some older hardware, but not like 2015. 2015 is rather modern in my opinion. So if it's like a 2009 or 2011, so in that range, I'd use like some XFCE based Linux Mint. But either way, I'd recommend you Mint. So if it's like a mother's laptop, or if you want your mother to use it, use Linux Mint, because it's more like it's more it's more Windowsy from a user experience viewpoint. Um, get rid of that hard drive. You will have to get rid of that RPM, of that spinning hard drive. Buy a cheap SSD. It can be the cheapest you can find. It can be 128 gigabytes, so like the smallest size you can get. It will be completely fine for Linux. Um, replace the hard drive, and that use a Linux distribution which doesn't occupy so many of your computer's resources. Linux Mint, for example. Ubuntu is bad. Ubuntu is just a bad distribution overall. Use Mint, and you will have a machine that works like a charm. Awesome. Now let's implement some weighting mechanism in here. So during this part, like the injection of the COM executable, the typable COM executable, there are also 9% of users will just use whatever's pre-installed. Was it a typo, or is it? Are you like for real that it's 9%? 90% of users will use whatever. Yeah, probably. So there are like people who are like screw Windows 11, which is reasonable, which is a reasonable opinion to have. I'll hop back to Windows 10, but most of the people, back in the Windows 8 days, I was surprised how many people were compliant with the operating system that was forced upon them, similar to Windows Vista. So, then it's building, let's turn it in, then deletes the old file. I'm surprised how many people were fine with that upgrade from 10 to 11. People just got used to whatever's being served to them. Well, personally, I just saw Ubuntu at a laptop just to test. Okay, as a tester, I see. So, typing in, then it's deleting the old file as if it exists. I swear the laptop specs are so weird. Who would ever need a 5400 RPM 10B 1B 1 TB SSD without PM? I mean, I guess torrenting, but so I'm curious if that whole green thing is even working on that laptop, or if I require some kind of ANSI driver, as some forum post has suggested. the the application has grown quite a bit. Ah, ah, nope. No green color, it seems. But we can install it. We could install it. We have a we have a working data transmission. We could install the ANSI driver. So does the other procedure still work? Forgot to mention the charger can catch on fire as an epic troll by HP. In the meanwhile, let's look it up. Do stuff going to plan. Why are there piping chars within? What if there are piping chars? And which data? Which data do you mean? Oh, wait. Good idea. No, no piping data. Okay, still does its job. Okay, okay. So, does it allow for backslashes? Nope, no backslashes. I'm lacking a backslash. Does it allow forward slashes? Nope. Let's change it to ANSI. Green characters. Awesome. I still have to get used that Control C doesn't copy, instead inputs. Awesome. So let's test the awesome. Let's, for fun, let's just run the MD5 thingy again. Need to restart it since the laptop is also restarted. Green characters, awesome. The people have spoken. And if the people have spoken, let them speak. So how does it look like in person? It looks actually cool. There's some real hacker movie shit going on here. And it actually does something opposed to the hacker movie stuff. Matrix, for real. It's just cool to watch. It's just cool to watch at this point. I'll be back real quick. Just need a toilet break. Awesome. Correct checksum. Awesome. The matrix has spoken. So at this point I want to look something up in particular. And that is, let me think, of course. Ah, ah. So, is the DOS application, the Doom unzip utility, is it capable of inflating splitted files? So does it have like a mechanism for doom.zip.1 and doom.zip.2, etc., etc.? So it's a thing that 7-zip, for example, it's like no matter to that thing. So that I can send the data in a splitted manner. Mm-hmm. Okay, I do have 7-zip. Does the programs back then actually could deal with splitted archives? Okay, that's good to know. But even when they were zips, that splitting feature wasn't always compatible with all the different zip programs. Oh, that's for sure. Hmm. Does it have some kind of README? Some of them use binary splitting, which pretty much just is splitting that you could glue back together by hand if you... Yeah, I know what you mean. I could basically echo them together. List files, test converse, archive date, display, archive, extract file, quiet mode, treat all mix. how the film worked by just giving the zip file as a parameter and other splitted files in that folder. I'm also sure. Doom, try unzip doom underscore one. Is there like... Alternative, you could split the zip file and merge it back together outside of the zip file using copy. Probably. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. They got shortened. Okay, no way. No way of getting this to work. Which does you're using? Ah, go fuck. Yeah, it needs to be merged. It needs to be merged. On Linux, you should have the split command for binaries, then you can use. Yeah, that's reasonable. So nope. Awesome. My brain is racking right now, but pretty sure DOS has a way to split files. That's a lot of splits, lol. Yeah, I probably use the copy B trick. So just to be sure, CPU. Yeah, works. Same checksum. So I'll be using the copy trick essentially. Awesome. So, okay. At this point, I deeply believe it's worth doing. It is worth doing the MD5 thingy. No, MD5. No, pardon me. Not the MD5 thingy, but the base 64 thingy. So I actually have to look it up, what it actually is and how it works. So you're ready, aren't you? Well, I really want to accelerate the process, and I deeply believe that base 64 is going to just send it. You know what? In the meantime, while I'm busy doing the base 64 thingy, I can try to send some stuff. Why not? Guess you could try to use the tricks Z modem, X modem used to send files. Fang, could you be a bit more specific on that? I'm sorry, I'm a zoomer. Oh, uh, I guess you could try to use the tricks Z modem, X modem used to send files. So back in the day when we wanted to send files back and forth, we had a few file system protocols, Z modem, X modem, and UUCP if dealing with Unix, and these were done over modem and serial. These were very reliable for DOS machine-to-machine binary text file transfers. It's in fact part of DOS. You can use it in the terminal if you're done. Just checking in, gonna sleep now. Have a good night. Have a good night, fun lobby. I guess you could try to use the tricks. I actually just I did the thing that I was successful at yesterday. Added some changes added some changes to to a binary, and now I'm like already starting the I'm about to start the transfer of Doom, but I will try to accelerate the process in the meantime by switching to base 64. VCSC send 128 bytes time. The machine to machine by Okay, just an idea. But I have a hard time grasping how I'm able to implement this into this whole PS2 shenanigan. You know what? I'll also implement a beep after each transmission using the hex editor. It should probably just be like an (0x07). I think this should be it to make it beep towards the end. So the laptop will be busy. Both the Arduino and the laptop will be busy while I'm trying to deal with with stuff. No beep. Okay. Let's try it on the laptop instead. Okay. 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 Does its thing. Since you have MD5, it's probably just easier to do that. Or the PS2 part, if you want to be more pure about it, X-Mod and Z-Mod are real serial protocols. Now that's an approach. You can see this get implemented. Huh. I keep it in mind. Probably there will be an episode in my life, or like in my content creation thing, where I will need to have this kind of information. I'm sure. I guess echo the raw data makes sense. Simple enough. So. Um. Um. What? Uh. Ah, it isn't really that simple to echo only print characters into your working comp file. You got to what? Ah, yeah. Okay, it does its thing. Ah, I've deleted the file, so I actually need to. Awesome. So how many files do we have in here? Okay, so let's start sending the first 100k of doom. Okay, I'll be back real quick. As far as I know, it worked without any issues since. So, oh, there's been conversation going on. It's Doomin time. Did it ever not work since it worked first try? No errors? No errors ever since, actually. Hopefully. As far as I know, it worked without any issues since. So it worked without any issues since, so let's confirm our theory. So while this thing is busy, once it's done, I'll actually send the files that are required for unzip. I feel like I'll put that somewhere in here. Can I zoom it? Can I zoom this? Can I zoom this somehow? I can. Awesome. I'll be back. You could probably use a QBasic program to take the data in basic. Well, can QuickBasic or QBasic? I always forget the difference between the two. Is there some way to have it compiled? So, or would I have to import a whole installation or at least an interpreter exe to do so? should be in the DOS distribution already. To deal with base64 to speed it up isn't really worth it as long as it's meant to just be a meme like showcase. Well, if I got the time, if it's still transmitting, let's see how long it takes to transfer the initial 100k. I still need to be busy with something while while this is doing its thing. QBasic does exist alone though. I have a friend who still does QBasic using QB64 on modern machines. Sometimes it's GW. Different animal. I know about this. So there is this weird, I don't mean to say weird as if it was a negative thing, but there is this like really passionate is the word, that passionate community that a really passionate QBasic community that's still doing its thing using on 64-bit machines. I'm wondering when streaming this process, are like the hex characters still readable? If you can, so are you able to read the hex characters? Because I feel like running into I feel like I'm about to run into an intellectual property issue slowly. I'm not sure who's owning Doom as of right now, and what their way of. I'm able to read it pretty well. So I'm basically infringing copyright by streaming this. So technically someone would be able to recreate an executable, a working Doom installation just by watching my stream at this point. Let me look it up. Who owns Doom? I had a machine that QBasic MS5. Actually, the machine is lacking QBasic. I remember because it's using Windows 98's DOS mode, and I believe it didn't have QBasic by default. It had to be installed. I remember. Oh, GPL. GPL. Okay. Okay. So as long as I'm publishing this stuff that I do right here under GPL, I should be fine. Or to be fair, I'm transmitting the shareware episode, so I'm basically doing them a favor. Like I would have done them a favor back in the 90s. So I'm allowed to stream to live stream the X dump. I guess technically, yeah, exactly. I'm using to test that the commands that I'm typing in. I have a command com right here, and it's the DOS 7.1 command com interpreter, so to be really sure and really safe that I can reproduce the command com's behavior on here. Bethesda. Oh. What? This shouldn't have happened. I feel like we've run into some buffer issue, so I need to look up. Maybe it's because it's a conf file and it is like in a segment, and I'm overriding a segment, and it had to slow down to write to the disk. No, it hadn't. It's always at the buffered beeps essentially. So it got stuck somehow at some point, and the beeps got buffered. So it seems as if the application has crashed, and I feel like this might be an upper memory limit due to the com formats restrictions. No, the Toshiba couldn't have run out of RAM. I think it's like it has 32 megabytes of RAM, so I couldn't have exceeded it. But I feel like having hit a DOS mode, a 16-bit memory limit, which I actually couldn't have. But maybe it's because I overfilled the segment. Still unfortunate though. So let's restart this thingy. A buffering related problem, probably. So not a buffering related problem because the saving to hard disk, even if I had HiMemsys loaded, it wouldn't make a difference. It's still a COM file. So there is no, the application is in itself is unable to handle higher memory. Let's transfer the zip file stuff first. Wait, what size is it? I don't want to hear that silly noise again. It's creepy actually. So unzip exe. Oh, this is also gonna fail. I know, this is also gonna fail. And this is also gonna fail. Okay. I will have to interrupt this. I will need to find another solution. I will need to have a step in between. I will need to use C and do the base 64 part which is unfortunate. I would have liked to, but I can't predict. I can't predict. I don't know what the upper limit is. I don't know. Like even the unzip utility in itself is 200 kilobyte, and it already shed its pants at 100 kilobyte. So, or somewhere below 100 kilobyte. But before that, let's try I suspect maybe building a base 64. Well, the base 64 part actually, I actually found an executable which does base 64, which I will try out right now. So it's decode 64, 15 kilobytes. So that's smaller parts would work as a workaround, but I don't know what like the upper limit is, and I would have to find out the hard way. Well, you know, size that works. Okay. Could also try base 128 if there are 128 displayable chars. Oh, I don't believe so. Especially with I would essentially have to rewrite my Arduino code. So I have like in my as seen in my Arduino thing. So these are like the chars that the Arduino is able to decode, and these are basically characters required for the command line. Not even all of them. Uppercase chars, lowercase chars, numbers, and then everything that's required for the COM executable and for base 64. That's what I check. Memory free. What do you mean by checking memory free? mem command. There is no way to so I could try to find out what the upper memory limit of a COM file is in practice. But it's not an issue regarding the Toshiba's memory. So it has 32 megabytes. It's just the file format. It's just the executables format, which definitely doesn't go beyond 640k, and also seems to have some other limit. So there is like the COM file has its segment, and it has tried to exceed its segment, and probably that's why it went nuts. So, but I can try to so what does mem say? Conventional memory 640k, reserved 36k, free 604k, upper memory none, total XMS memory nearly 32, occupied 68. Wait. I figured the first 640k would be accessible by comms. That has also been my assumption. So it's basically like a segment, but there seems to be there must be some kind of memory limit, I believe. But let's get it resolved. Let's just try to so I wonder how much hex edit was using. It wasn't much, so the entire hex edit executable it's 224 bytes, so it's 224 bytes minus 640k. It should be way enough for like the 100k I was trying to transmit, and it it ran for quite a while, but it didn't run. But it didn't run like 5 times as long as for the MD5 program. So it's already in the ballpark. Well, it depends on what it actually does after it comes in. Maybe it copies stuff around in RAM. Huh. Copy stuff around in RAM. So like some kind of memory manager which does it. You know what? I'm willing to test that out. So maybe there is like the XMS thing, doing its thing. Some kind of memory manager spitting in my soup. Let's why don't we run it as, let's turn it off and try again. I'm willing to do so. It seems as if there is no such thing. It's like hidden beneath the fucking DOS mode thing. I'm also curious. I'm also curious if that thing would even remotely work inside of Windows 98. Let's try to upload a 200k thing. So, or you screwed something up because you wanted it to beep, or you had to wait for half an hour of beeping until it would be done. No, no, no. It would have saved the file, it would have done its beep, Then it would have waited. I can show it in my code. Maybe these 4 seconds weren't enough, and it has tried to type this stuff. Let's find out. So let's see. What's the MD5 of that first Doom file? It hasn't been created, so the file hasn't even been created, so it didn't even get to that stage. So it must have at least created an empty file. Let's see. Maybe Windows is will help us. Maybe Windows will help us debug. So will it? I'm sure it won't blue screen, but maybe it will tell us when something is fishy. It might be better to do a small file for debugging that's executable. Well, if it should fail at this point, maybe Windows will tell us what's going on. If it doesn't, I will simply I'll simply do another approach. I will simply go straight to the I'll simply go to the base64 approach. And once again, thank you a lot. Thank you a lot for being in here, and thank you a lot for giving me all kinds of advice. It's a shame that Tasky isn't in here. I tried to give him a call, but he must be still on vacation. Oh, so you know each other? I haven't. My DOS knowledge is admittedly weak. My friend okay, who does the QB64 stuff is about 2 decades older than me, but he knows the stuff. My DOS knowledge is also weak. Weak. Um, it would be cool to have someone. Well, I feel like Warname is such a person. Just a friend who knows DOS really well. Actually, he's a lot familiar with OpenVMS. OpenVMS. Why did this file just have this weird pattern? This weird pattern that matched like exactly the 16, each 16 bytes per line. It feels like I'm decoding the matrix right now. Dictionary, huh? Well, it's not a zip. It's like CWS DPMI, so like the DOS extender thingy that unzip requires. I barely get around PowerShell. Most of what I say about DOS is just a somewhat educated guess. Barely get around. Huh, it seems as if it had no problem. It had no problem transferring the 200k, which is weird. So let's so it had no problem with 200k of data. Let's try again with Doom. Oh, it's Doom 001, but I don't mind. So at this point, I feel like I must have overwritten something inside of DOS. Very strange, though 100K I wouldn't think would cause a problem, like you said, plenty of memory there. Wonder if there's a memory hole maybe and hexedit hit it? I know the debug command incantation to see the memory map. There's a gap in conventional memory. Well, it seems as if it's working fine under Windows 98, so maybe because it has like its own segment, because it's like sitting in virtual memory. But I have no, I don't feel like cheating when doing it under Windows 98. It's still Windows 98 and could still be done under Windows 95 and etc. etc. Um, and I definitely take care of the base 64 stuff. Um, So let's wait for it to be done. Then let's transfer Doom 000 and then start to work at the base 64 side of things. but I'm unironically impressed by how well the Arduino can do its job without having like any external hardware, by just having the wires plugged into the sockets. First block is 29.7 of then 512 byte hole for the bootloader. Then but there's no way for that application to hit that, or is it? Or SDev has an article about the memory map of DOS. Huh. I feel a bit splitted on this. So if you're transferring 100K, it would hit it. So even though it's a COM file, so if you're transferring 100K, it would hit it. It's possible to write over that since it's just sitting there. Wow, okay. So I'm sent the article on Discord. Thank you. I need to update my Discord, but we have time, don't we? Memory banking crap on the Commodore 64. Oh, I can relate. I can relate a bit. I did some Commodore 64 stuff here and there, even though I was more of a x86 person. You didn't have clean access to blocks free memory other than the main 38K. You'd have to do bank switching. So a demo scene guy's bread and butter, you mean? I was more annoyed. It was more annoyed there was more memory, but you'd have to move it from ROM to DRAM and bank blocks in and out. Oh, okay, I can feel the desperation. I can feel the desperation and frustration. I feel like the green ANSI text pays out here. Memory map x86. By the way, we are all spoiled now, but I haven't had to deal with that much Linux land because of just because of just how well memory is managed. Yeah. So I'm curious what ChatGPT has to say on this. What is the upper memory limit of a COM file? So, COM files are loaded into a single memory segment in DOS. A memory segment in DOS can address up to 64 kilobytes, 640K. The first 256 bytes of the segments are reserved for the program segment prefix, which DOS uses to store command line arguments, environment information, and other control data. This leaves a K. I'm a bit confused. Why would DOS give me a memory space, like a memory segment, which is preoccupied by stuff? That's what I don't get. So, as you might see here, it basically works like a charm. But I have no problem doing it under Windows. What's the file size? The same as Doom 000. It's somewhere around 100K. And I was able to transmit 200K as of right now using the CWS DPMI. But I don't feel like cheating under Windows 98. It's Windows 98 at all. So after all, so I'll wait for it to be done. Continue with Doom 000, and in the meanwhile, I'll take care of the base 64 stuff to accelerate that process a bit. But DOS isn't that smart. If you had ROMs that get loaded, they can end up being mapped. Yeah. I would probably have I wouldn't have any issues if I would use like a bare metal DOS, like an unmodified DOS, like DOS 622 or FreeDOS or something like this. I feel like this has something to do with Windows 98's bare metal DOS mode. Oh! Nope. What is this? Why? Oh, did it hard lock? No, it didn't hard lock. What's going on here? Oh, so can I close it? So the mouse cursor is barely moving, but it moves. It shouldn't even do that beeping. It shouldn't even beep like that because it's under Windows 98. It should do the regular bell sound. So what is this? And why does it do it always with the Doom, but 200K are working just fine? I don't get this. I don't. So does it maybe come from the hardware? Does it come from the Toshiba's BIOS? Because it shouldn't have been beeping like that. So neither the start menu nor the close button of that application. So it must have frozen something. Turning it off and on did not solve the issue. Entire IT industry in shambles. What could it be? What could it be? Are we like too fast? Is it like too fast for the OS to handle? So are we slowly but surely like overflowing the keyboard buffer? Yeah, exactly. As Vorname said, it's full keyboard buffer. I wonder if we had a tool like Soft Eyes, we could jump to the TSR and see what's going on. So I start. So I'm starting to believe that there's a buffer related issue. So maybe by adding a slowdown, we could get this resolved. Let's do it then. Let's do it. That's going pretty deep. That's going pretty deep into a rabbit hole. We are already deep inside the rabbit hole. We are deep inside it. But of course, yeah. So it must be a keyboard buffer problem. But it's not application related. It must be. It should be a very small slowdown. I will reduce the chunk size. So look at my wonderfully written PHP code. Oh no, it won't do anything. It won't do shit. Or would it? Oh, can we see the serial output for the PS2 when this beeping happens? Do you have logging? I deeply believe that the Arduino wouldn't have any way of noticing. It wouldn't have any way of noticing when there's an error on the computer side. So I don't even think that there's like a technical way of doing that. I think this should be it. Yeah, because PS2 controller sends back FEs and stuff. Basically, you would have to have an error handler. Huh. Not such a bad idea, but I feel like it could be even too late. It could be even too late once the FEs are sent. Right now it's blindly sending. Yes, it's blindly sending, yeah. But I don't mind blindly sending. So now I will have some reasonable pause. So there is now reasonable pause, and if it should crash once again, we know that something different is wrong. Something different is wrong. So 5 seconds seem to be overkill, actually. I feel like the transmission time, the serial transmission time, it handles resending. Well, I made it resend. I made it resend during a failed transmission, so maybe there would be a way to look into it, that's for sure. I'll try something else because I don't want to wait a whole day. I'm now doing more buffering. I'm now doing a bit of buffering in between. Something that I also considered somewhat weird is that CWS DPMI had like no issue whatsoever being transferred. Oh. The cool thing is that there's no difference between DOS and Windows 98. Since Doom came out in 1993, you can still prove that it would have been possible to type it and install Doom when it came out. Yeah, for sure. But this problem still how big was CWS again? No, it wasn't 20k, it was 200k, I deeply believe. Oh no, it was 20k. Oh, pardon me. The unzip executable was the large one. I mixed it up. It was 20k, so it was like basically just like the MD5 executable. So same issue. So now with the I've put a bit more buffering in between. So like between for each 100k no, for each kilobyte there's now a buffering phase between the computer and the Arduino, and it looks like as if it does its job without getting the shits. How big are all of those chunks of dooms combined? There are 23 of these chunks, and each chunk is 100K, resulting in a 2.3 megabyte file. I'm 100% sure that it will do its job now. I wonder if you could get away with doing that at 20K or 50K boundaries. No, 1K splits with weights. No weights. At this point, there are no weights involved. It's just it's just buffering. It's just feeding the Arduino. So opposed to having chunks of 4K, like 4096 bytes. I'm now doing so I'm buffering at each 2048 2000 I used to do the buffering at a chunk of 4K each. I'm now reducing it to 2K. Oh shit. What is this? I don't get it. So there is some some upper memory limit thing going on. Ah. Never mind, I'll take care of the base 64 thingy. It was too good to be true. It seems. Sounds tiny nowadays, but looking at this data for only 100k where each lane it's 16 bytes, it's a lot. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, it does its job. The base 64 thing does its job. Yeah, the fact that it seemingly worked first try was always suspicious. Was like, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. Ah. But luckily, I found a working, as seen in here, I found a working base 64 decoder, so I won't have to code it myself. So I'll just write a simple editor, and I'll use a language which is not assembly. So I'm trying to get into the 32-bit thing. Could use edit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about edit. Maybe there's an there's a memory limit going on. look up the limit of edit. Well, I'd have to send alt. I'm just writing a very simple editor using C. Nobody's being hurt, and that gets the job done. $4.7 megabyte. Can I get edit exe transmitted? That's the MS-DOS edit, by the way. Well, I want to assume that I don't even have edit. Can I get it transmitted? Can I get edit transmitted? It seems as if, well, the interesting thing is, edit.com is edit edit.exe. I think it was, it's still called edit.com inside of DOS and Windows. But it's actually an exe file, so probably 32-bit and going beyond the 640k limit. Oh no, 64k. Wait, what? What if the problem is the displaying speed? If that's too slow? $64K. So it won't even. exactly 64. Okay. I write my own editor with blackjack and hookers. Probably Brainrot. Well, but I'd have to send weird. Let's look it up. Let's Brainrot. Probably. I probably have it on my disk already. So DOS. I must have a DOS in here. DOS 622 image. But I would have to. How about Yedit? It's Windows only. So there we have it. Edit exe. Alt Enter S. Alt Enter S. Alt Enter S. So let's implement the Alt key. Let's redo the Arduino code and implement an Alt. Syntax C++. When it appears in exe gives me more actual type in doom worms. Okay, okay. So let's implement alt, the alt key. Zero x 464646. PS2. Part 7 already. Yeah, part 7 already, but we are close. We are close. So does it still work? It seems. Yeah, it seems. Okay. Let's try to transfer edit.com and let's hope we won't run into another memory issue. Because this is like the upper limit. This is like going to hit the upper limit with its, what was its size? Or else we would have to concatenate it. 70 kilobytes. Will it beep in edit too? I'm curious. Oh yeah, I'm also curious. And if it will beep, here. $70 kilobyte would be new record, yeah, for sure. That would definitely be a record. You might need to split it into 4 or 5 parts, 4 or 5 parts. Maybe. Or let's just hope. This is also cool. I wonder if playing the keys. I wonder if playing the keystroke Doom is even more fun with all the hassle in mind. Probably. I'm probably going to lose my shit once there's a running Doom. And for your video, you would have your hex edit with the fancy matrix for the transfer of edit, and then that nice typing into edit with that blast to the past. I'm generally surprised with how fast PS2 actually is. It's honestly beyond human typing speed. I'm also impressed by this. Oh shit. Ah. Ah. Okay. So we'll have to do a splitting. We'll have to do a splitting. But before that, let me try something. Awesome. So edit. Edit test with Alt Enter S, Alt Enter X, Alt Enter S, Alt Enter X. Okay. Line 58. In television, the dinosaur brand for gaming was bought. Tommy Tallarico. I knew that story would appear one day. Stupid controllers based on ESP32 had a lot of lag. Awesome. Now, content of the target file destroyed before copying. Ah. Okay. That's reasonable. Hex file mime64.exe. It seems as if we are about to cook. Awesome. Wait. Wait. Preparing something. Okay. Now I'm curious. Oops. Oh. Edit.exe. It seems as if edit.exe has complained somehow for some odd reason. Huh? Not enough memory to load the application? Oh, it seems that something got corrupted during the transmission, which doesn't make sense. Copy /b edit.000 plus edit.001 edit.exe. Edit.exe. Okay, never mind. I did something wrong. Maybe because of the B flag and it wasn't noticed. Well, the chunks are being MD5 summed, so that's what the... So, B64 file. B64 file untitled.bmp. Ah, look at the speed. I'm guessing a wildcard doesn't work then. So maybe there are some characters added or some bullshit. This looks like ASCII art, like some weird worm thing being transmitted as ASCII art. Checksum, okay. Of course, game disk needs to run. Of course, we shut it off ungracefully. I... Ah, God. I shouldn't rely on GIMP. I shouldn't rely on GIMP for this stuff. Never mind. Let's try once again. This should take as long as the MD5 executable used to be transmitted in hex, but I think it's worth it. Edit does have a 65k per line limit though. That's all right. I'm doing. There's always a break. There's always a carriage return being added. If this still crashes, I'm going to be questioning a lot of things. Me too, me too. So we are at line 370. 370. Oh my goodness, look at the speed. It actually looks as if edit.exe is buffering stuff, so it saves stuff on the hard disk. So I see some hard disk activity, and I believe it's not Windows. It's not Windows related. So edit.exe seems to have some kind of buffering mechanism. Please don't beep, please don't beep. Yes, please don't beep. Maybe Microsoft ran into this issue. Checksum correct. Awesome. Oh my goodness. Gimp being a traitor once again. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I get it right. I get it right this time. Compatibility options. Advanced options. 24 bits. Export. Now, once again. So the file is slightly smaller now. What happens when I try to use it as a background instead of opening it in Paint? Well, I could try to use Internet Explorer once this fails. But I deeply believe now I've now added some compatibility options, which I'm glad GIMP even has. Oh. Yeah. Who? Paper. A PS2 typed paper. So we've reached the paper stage. So, what files are we missing? We are missing unzip. And also oh. Um, awesome. So the very first thing that was done with the world's first working PS2 library was piping in a paper into edit. And the utilities required. So let's get started with unzip exe. It's just awesome. We have gained paper stage. We have gained paper stage, and it's so reliable. It's so fucking reliable. I can't believe it. We can we don't even need to have this ND5 thingy. I can just trust it. If it's gonna be a paper, it's a paper. Awesome. Just awesome. Oh, a third viewer. You've missed the paper, I believe. So 4 minutes have already gone. I'm keeping track of the time. The most interesting thing to me is I haven't even. This is like a fresh Windows 98 installation, so I haven't put anything on this. No external media, no external storage, no nothing. I just left it as it was after installing Windows 98, and now we have like a whole range of weird applications on this thing that have been created out of thin air. So it's a bit sad. Like all the programming related work is done now. We have a functioning editor. We have, well, it's stolen, but it's there. We have the base 64 conversion mechanism. The Arduino library works. We can hit the Alt key. So from this point onwards, it's just like looking at a screen. So we will do, in the meantime, we will have to find some kind of topic to talk about, I believe. We still don't know. It would be with bigger files. So I just in the background I've split the Doom executable into 230k parts. Lol, true, but it's technically working. I fully believe this is gonna work. So the unzip thing is 200k large. 200k large, and I don't think that's gonna be an issue. So like each Doom chunk that I'm trying to send is now like 230k large, and I deeply believe this is gonna work. It's pretty wild that edit can just take a huge file. Well, it's an ID. It's an exe, and they knew what they were doing, especially during DOS 5 and DOS 6 days. So I'm not surprised at all. They didn't have around back then. No, they didn't. So curious why you chose PHP. I guess you use it in your career. Essentially, yeah, yesn't. PHP has been my bread and butter for the last few years. And someone in that stream, a viewer, once asked me if using PHP in this context was like part of the Brainrot theme, which was quite entertaining. I like PHP. I'm one of the people who say PHP is awesome. PHP is an awesome language. In the let me show. The awesome thing about PHP is that like all of the things that you need to do, typical things that you need to do, are already part of the language. There is no npm or dependency bullshit or you know, like MD5, creating MD5 hashes is already okay. I've been doing some Node on the side, but just doing like a base64 encode or base64 decode. It's just one line. It's in JavaScript. You will have to write a helper function for this, or the hex to bin stuff. Based on semi-recent Primogen, PHP is no longer a nightmare. PHP hasn't been a nightmare for 10 years. It's stereotypes. It's prejudices. The PHP 4, back in the PHP 4 days, there was valid criticism, but all of these potholes have been filled for 15 years, unironically. But unfortunately, people still have their unqualified opinions on PHP. Honestly, coming from a low-level side of things, it's hard to see a discernible difference in high-level language, since they do some. But do you know which language deserves to be hated? It's Python. Who's using Python? Okay, there are situations where people are forced to use Python, but it's always like this thing that people pretend is the best thing since sliced bread, which it isn't. It sucks as from a syntax standpoint. It's like the edgy teenager who's flushing before taking a shit or before taking a piss, just to be edgy. This is Python, but I don't mean to offend. I'm definitely not in the category of criticizing any of that since way of the stack. Way up the stack. Oh my goodness, Python microcontrollers. Oh. That must be painful. Isn't that painful? And also another thing on Python, the dependency management sucks. They've implemented the worst package management that you could think of. This whole pip thing, it doesn't work. You'd basically have to run an idealized Dockerized environment to work with Python, unironically. On your everyday system, there's always gonna be some pip dependency failure bullshit going to appear. I have to use Python for work. It's a good startup. At some point you need to graduate. There are some things about that. It's unique because it's MicroPython implementation. It's not painful really. Micro dialect focused on hardware. Okay. Library nightmare shit. Do you want to know what also sucks in my opinion? In my opinion, WSL or WSL2. I have no idea how people can unironically use WSL2 in their workflow and call it a good product or like an invention. These people are out of their mind who are like that. Or just to get started with the ranting, VS Code, prime example for overrated pieces of crap. I'm sorry. I'll definitely offend someone in here. I'm sure. Who came up with the idea that it was a good thing to have people code inside of a code inside of some Electron engine bullshit? Who came up with that idea that a web browser was capable of doing what an IDE does? I don't get it. I just don't get it. My Windows is pretty limited. Well, I've also ditched Windows mainly, so I have like for Windows specific tasks I have a hard drive that I can just swap in. So if I need to run Windows natively, just swapping the hard disk, and then once it's over, just swapping back to Linux. But I refuse to use WSL. If I had to work inside of a Windows environment, I'd straight up refuse to use WSL. We just got into a rant about the whole lecture news stuff with fellow engineers, and you're so agree. Awesome to have similarly minded people in here. I've dealt with Windows IT. Most applicants crap. Oh my goodness, you are like. I'm for real. How many NDAs have you signed? Like, I'm sure you have lost track of your NDAs at this point. Need to sneeze, but now I can't. Can't sneeze. Now my only NDAs I am under. My facial expression is not ironic. So it's a general facial expression. Wow. Wow. I love it when I'm at work and VS Code hangs for like. The NASA one is quite comical. It's basically saying I won't let foreign nationals from certain countries use their library software. Wow. Jack says, I love when I'm at work and VS Code hangs for like 10 seconds while it struggles to display color text. Yeah. So I'm My daily driver. My daily driver. Do I have it? So one of these, like ThinkPad T420, or my main machine actually is a T430. I don't. Ah, it's in the corner. Using VS Code on one of these is a pain in the ass. I don't know what they messed up. Probably it's probably a Electron browser thingy going on. Even though Chrome and Chromium work quite reliably on these old things, but I won't touch VS Code ever again, for real. So if I get it right, Fang, so I don't want you to unintentionally violate against your NDA. So is Monster for Desktop strictly using Vim? Yeah. I'm not a Vim user, but Vim users have my fullest respect, because like Vim doesn't fool around. It doesn't fuck around. It just gets the job done. I love the Vim mentality. So the NASA thing. I don't want you to say something or to disclaim something that you regret in the long run. So do you? So part of your job is like interacting with NASA software and using their libraries, and your NDA basically says you can't redistribute that your material to like certain people of certain nationality. Is that right? Excuse me. That is correct, and basically that's the only one I'm stuck under. It's a fair thing though. Some of the oh. Now that I use. So is that you mean like the Newton to pound force conversion library? Just to let you know, I doubt many could get this software working either. NASA NDA is crazy. Even after I leave this job and die, I still can't talk about this shit. I feel honored. To have someone of such a profession, someone who's deep down the rabbit hole. That a person who's deep down that rabbit hole is like one of my most loyal viewers of this silly project that's going on here. More like it was designed written for IRIX and true 64 Unix machines. Written by graduate students who suck. So, just to let you know, this has been transmitting for like 28 minutes, so it's like it's about to be half an hour. I'm trying Helix text editor on my personal time only because it feels like NVIM with the same defaults. I'm still addicted to my mouse when coding, so I've actually paid money for my Sublime license, believing it's a good product. I would have liked to use something open source, but Sublime just deserves to be paid for. And should Sublime start to get annoying for some reason, which it won't because I have like access to all earlier releases since like version 1. But should I realize that it sucks for some reason, I'll probably hop onto the Vim train. It's just running like a champ. I'm just impressed. I'm also impressed. I'm impressed by both the Arduino. I'm impressed by my personal trial and error that I went through for the last few streams. And I'm also impressed by the buffer size that Edit exe or EditCom has. I just don't think I'd ever use it too used to Vimisms. Wow. So, what was your gateway drug into Vim? So, since when have you been a Vim user? Was it like already in the pre-Linux Unix days, or I'm not sure if we've already talked about it. Maybe I have forgot. Mid 90s so mid 90s my father got me a Spark station, came with it. They give Emacs a go along with, I forget, but it had a generic GUI text editor. I decided to learn it. Wow. Mostly because when I broke Solaris, all I had was V. The interesting thing is I have a PlayStation 2, like, you know, the PlayStation 2 I'm currently trying to port Doom to. Yeah. And it's lacking Nano. It's lacking Nano as an editor, but on Linux command line, I'm just used to Nano. And this was like the first time where I had somewhat had to use Vim, but I then just decided to SSH into the PS2 and then just download the files using wget. So I've always been trying to find a workaround around having to use Vim, which is actually unfortunate for IT me. Yeah. Slackware in college. Wow, wow. Like, what's the average age? Like, what's the average age of my viewers? The truth is, working for NASA doesn't get you amazing pay, but you'll never wake up to learn that you and 800 other employees were fired via a tweet. Is this a reference to like a specific company with the tweet? Or is it like personal experience of yours? Finite element analysis tools with gaming industry. Oh, poor guy. Oh my goodness. So if people, if I'm assuming that you are from the US, because it sounds like a US thing. Um, if you would want to quit your job, do you have to give like 2 weeks notice, or are you also able to just do an immediate notice thing? I can mention the NASA software we used for that, but you won't be able to get it NASA Overflow. Depends on how you want to leave, honestly. If you want to burn bridges, don't do the 2 week thing. I feel like my understanding is usually 2 weeks notice required unless you want that lingering over you next time you're looking for work. if you if you're the one being let go immediately, will do lol lol. Okay, burning a bridge. I see. The main thing being, if you're doing your job well, they want a replacement for you in the works, and leaving quickly means you're hurting the company on the way out. Well, my only experience, like, not even experience, like the only thing I know of the U.S. job market are like Reddit anecdotes. Uh, I'll refill my water bottle. I'll be back. My understanding of the US job market right now is burning trash. I've been to Kojima. Oh. So, someone's creating context. See Discord for cool images. Okay. I'll have a look. Oh, 6 viewers, awesome. I could need your help very soon, like all of you viewers. I need some advice on my content. Wow. I have over 10 years experience. I'm pretty sure I could get a job. I look better. Hate to be a new graduate. Put it on stream over as a monument. Okay, it's your monument, but I'll do. Awesome. Successful transmission. Since it didn't beep, it really works, I guess. Good job. You still keep track of the time? Yeah. So it took 45 minutes. The whole transmission took 45 minutes. So 230k 230k is like an hour. So the whole Doom installation will take 24 hours, I believe. So, first chunk of Doom. It's bullshit that they want years of experience to get an entry level job. I just now got super lucky to get my first real job. Just my career said we ran out of 5 gigabyte high speed data and the rest of our my carrier said we ran out of even the modem's faster. The bandwidth reducing. The maintainer, by the way, of WRF I actually met a few times, wrote the install script for it. And it frequently mentioned that this code was... WRF could... I'm lacking context somehow. WRF So Jack, are you able, like, have you ever sorted a linked list using CSS in ON in ON of time? You obviously want to. Oh, messages above. Sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. My complaint about the graduate kit, they expect to deploy far extend beyond major logical software that's together with duct tape and hopes. Okay, so I need to be sorry. Diesel? Now I'm lacking context for real. What's Diesel? CSX/Flexbox is for use table. Oh, you got taste, man. You got taste. Yeah. Especially diffs, CSS or HTML diffs are an absolute beta concept. Why can't you just use frames like any sane person? Diesel. They sell this. They sell these. Okay, Okay, you ligmad me. You've been you ligmad me. Okay. English is not my mother's tongue, so I have an excuse for falling for it. ULNLI. ULNLI is awesome. I don't know what people have against ULNLI. You know what? We should embrace Flash. We should just for shits and giggles. We should re-implement native Flash implementations. Not the sandboxed emulated JavaScript bullshit. Just Flash or like WebAssembly, but like bare metal WebAssembly. So like some way to execute pure x86 inside of your browser. This would be awesome. Ring Zero. Like we should have a browser which allows Ring Zero level code to be run. WebAssembly to run x86 machine emulator I think would be a better way to implement so we gotta boot. Oh, F1OS. Details and summary. Never heard of it. But Marquee is also heavily underrated. So what I meant to ask you guys. I want this whole thing. I want out of this whole thing and these endeavors and like this entire week of doing this silly project. I want to make a video out of it. But I don't feel quite confident in finding a good video title. So one of my ideas was like, can you install Doom with just a keyboard? But at first glance, I feel like people would assume like just performing the installation with a keyboard, like as it used to be as it used to be done on DOS, basically. So people don't get the whole thing. So people don't get the premise of the video when just looking at the title. So do you guys have like any idea on this? YouTube starts to give me midstream ads like every 5 minutes. Is that normal? Oh, I've turned it off actually. I've turned off. I've made it. I forced the. I'm actually like. I can insert ads like at a click, like for. So. And no, don't use uBlock. I want to earn my I want to earn my 40 cents per stream, my obligatory. Now, it's weird because I told YouTube not to automatically put ads into my content. No, I feel that's just it is not true. No. uBlock is legit ad revenue, baby. No, it's legit. So in the meantime, why don't we just send and play another ad? Unfortunately, the dumb thing is I don't receive any feedback on how much time the ad is going to take if I tell YouTube to put an ad. That's the dumb thing. So I can't. So I don't know if people that I just sent into the advertising abyss if they've come back or not. I spent 7 days on an abandoned island programming Doom onto a 1993 Toshiba laptop. Not clickbait, gone wrong. And the red circuits and all of that shit. Yeah, exactly. Felix, get a hat in the market, get Mr. Nah, I won't. This won't do any good. This won't do any good to my content. I don't know about the title, but from my viewers, I tell you, when I came across one of your videos the first time, your 90s 3D intro is what got me to... Oh, okay. I actually thought about like replacing it, but if you say it made you watch the video, so I'll stick to it. I'll actually stick to it. If you want to see some like behind the scenes thing, I can show you where I got a bit of inspiration from, like when making that intro. It's like it's tip is always like almost stereotypical 90s like German European 90s house trash. Exactly. Like this thingy right here, like this cone with the balls that rotate around it. So I took a bit of inspiration from this video when making my intro. I don't want to do any more content infringement, like just having like of proprietary software, like showing the base64 encoding or the hex dump is like too much of copyright infringement to me. So feel free to list. Very Poffray. Oh, the interesting thing is, yes, it was made with Poffray, Murray and Poffray. Yes, exactly. Poffray for fun. I actually didn't. I'm not a default cubist. I want to become a default cubist, if you know what I mean, but I haven't managed to wrap my head around it yet. So I'm stuck with Poffray. Or it's not completely the truth. I've been using 3JS for quite some time and writing some shader stuff. So I could be able to make some 3D stuff using my browser. So The guy who runs a local museum would use porphyry to do star projections and star projections, solar system. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! This is like this museum must have like a really special vibe to it. Oh, also a 3GS connoisseur. Cool. I hope they still do that stuff, but I was there as a kid. Parents didn't want to babysit me. I see. So it was such a long time ago. YouTube auto mod sucks, so check Discord. Okay. Yeah, I can't even turn it off. So I've been like, I'm like on the lowest possible level of restriction. Um, I've been learning Blender on the weekends for fun, everything but the most basic texture and shade is still fixed like arcane art. Yeah. Ah, vintage CG, Polygon. I know that one because it has been used in Dead Boy. Do you guys still remember Dead Boy? Dead Boy. Oh shit! What up? Like the frog on the like unicycle, like not the bicycle, the unicycle, and so there's a vaporwave remix of it, and it has been using the this footage that you just sent me. It's actually weird because the sex bots, as you mentioned, they always find a way around. It's weird. Um, I'm using I'm using Instagram mostly for private reasons, just for like contacting people where I know that I can reach out to them using Instagram, and I've basically been forced to turn off notifications because of I'm always been being added into groups, and the scheme is always like a bunch of people added into a group, and then like some weird links being sent in, and then all people being thrown out of that group again. So it feels like Meta wants this to happen. So how aren't they able to control this? I don't get it. Even using the biopics phrases block. Like what? Okay, I'm able to send nonsense. So I'm able to send nonsense. Well, do wonder if spam will happen on Mastodon once it's gone mainstream. It got blocked for E. Speaking of early semi early memes, E also used to be a meme. I remember. Don't threaten me with a good time. If I mention Starlink or Tesla, does it block? No, it doesn't. Like, I'm just curious. Are there like even German viewers in here still, or was it only on weekends? How much quick does Automods filter take? It's coming. Born there. Ah, born there. Still, I remember. I remember. So is there like anything that you guys have on your mind? So, some niche topic. I always like talking about niche topics because we will have to talk about things. We won't get around it. There's no way around it. We need to have niche topics. It's Tuesday 6 a.m. in Germany. Don't expect. Yeah, yeah. I was still curious though. Personally excited about GNOME actually implementing features the other desktops have. Wasn't there like some culture war thing going on inside of GNOME, like inside of GNOME's community? You know, like some code of conduct thing, and people got mad, and some people got rightfully mad. So some stuff like this. Although the decorator thing with GNOME's annoyance, I'll have to live. They're still forcing app dealers manage it by themselves. Ah. Want to continue doing QOL stuff on my website. Have you seen or used Hyperland? For real, who's using GNOME as a daily driver? Like, Cinnamon is awesome, XFCE is awesome, and if you're into it, LXDE is like super awesome. Um, I don't feel like GNOME is filling any kind of kind. I don't feel like GNOME is filling anyone's niche. KDE cool. I'm a long-time GNOME user for sure. Did try KDE recently, but just don't like it. GNOME's the great starting point for getting off Mac OS. I'm sure you've already told me, Fang. What distro are you on again? If you told me, I'm sorry that I forgot. I'm sorry that I forgot. Mint, awesome. Mint based. This entire project has been done on Mint, and it would have taken much longer if it wasn't for if I used a different OS. How the project's going? It's already transmitting Doom. It's like the first chunk. Like I have like 10 chunks of Doom, 20, 23. 230k each, 10 chunks, 230k each, and this is like the first chunk of those being transmitted, and we are like halfway there. My main is running Mint right now, and I think that's GNOME. I haven't mentioned it once because the user base is so vocal. You are you on Arch? Vocal user base Arch? I've been live for a few minutes. Hi, awesome. Viewers appearing. Red Hat. Move to Arch pipeline issues in 24 LTS. There's actually one thing I'd like to use Arch for. Mint isn't perfect. What annoys me about Mint, the thing that annoys me about Mint is its network management, its network manager. Because it's somewhat invasive, and I think there's also like a systemd issue going on there. For a project of mine, I had to run a custom DNS server on my laptop, on my main machine, occupying port 53 UDP. The problem is that the GNOME network manager that Mint comes with is always trying to occupy that port, no matter what. So I've turned it off. I shut it off. I somehow managed to shut it off. The problem being that now, for some reason, always my resolve file, my resolve conf, or like it's like etc resolve, I think. Each time when booting or like waking up or when connecting to a new network, it's now being always overwritten to localhost. So each time I'm booting my computer, I always have to manually edit the resolve file because I was too lazy to resolve it yet. And I think that's an issue I wouldn't have with Arch. So if I would take the time to build like my preferred OS from scratch, which would basically be like Mint except for the network manager, which is, I could just use Mint and modify it accordingly. So this is the kind of stuff I'd like to use Arch for. If you live in North Carolina, lead red, so red is also here, but IBM has made me not happy with them. MintNet Plus. I probably have to leave like in an hour or an hour and a half. So maybe we can transmit the second chunk, and then I'll end the stream and we'll proceed with the installation of the next stream. And maybe we can make it the last. Maybe we can make it the last stream, the next one. So it's basically just an elitist Linux community in here. A small elitist Linux community. Make an Arch distro that's literally mint. Call it licorice or something. Oh man, I don't want to need to do full Doom playthrough. Nah. I get motion sickness from playing Doom, actually. With the screen, because the screen has like a really bad refresh rate. It's like an early color LCD screen. I'm surprised that it even works. I don't even know people who ever used a Mac. I know a few, and the interesting thing is, I know one particular person. It's the first person I've ever met. Someone who's using Mac on a daily basis, and he knows his shit, which actually surprised me. So there is like a small subset of Mac users who know their shit, but for some reason they feel like it's the best OS out there. So from an ergonomic standpoint. Linux from scratch is mostly a learning exercise recommended. Okay, maybe I'm sure I'll have to look into it one day. And the Bullet Doom community, of course. Yeah, the Bullet Doom. It's I basically picked Doom because of Bullet Doom. Bullet Doom playing keyboard input. The screen mostly has pretty bad. Yeah, yeah, it has. It has. Yeah, he switched over to edit to load the game data. But I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to cheat. So even the edit exe, even though I have one on due to it being a Windows 98, the edit exe has also been transmitted using PS2. So I'm here. I'm really consequent doing this. You can do pretty cool stuff with OS6 and audio visual production back in the days, but with new M Silicon, most of the old stuff broke. Heck, most of my older hardware was even. Huh. The music guys, yeah, the music guys, of course. So if you're audio people are screwed on Linux, that's for sure. So the audio files, there's no way for them to thrive on Linux. Or like the people who depend on Adobe, the entire Adobe universe. That poor thing, that poor laptop top is mine is essentially being bombarded with hardware interrupts. So I can hear the CPU do its thing, actually. How much shorter is the Doom base 64 string of Doom versus the hex stream? Let's find out. Why don't we find out? Uh, ah. So this compared to this times 2. So we have like, this is basically like 5 5 I'm bad at math. So there is like an so we have like a 60%, so it's like 60% of the original data. So it's like 60% of what I'd have to type in hex. If you need Toshiba Select 4090 for a next project, let me look it up. Let me know. Could ship it. Oh, okay, cool. I forgot where there was a level for watches and I like watches. Oh, that's like really early 90s. It's a nice offer, but I feel like I have my fair share of of all tech. It's a nice offer, I appreciate it, but you probably have some use case for it yourself. I'm sure. So a booth for Psycho, my favorite band, thought they had a watch for, and I thought that was just, oh, okay, 500. So did you try to bring it to the counter, and assuming you'd get that thing for 512 yen? Oh no, you did. You didn't. I know what they were thinking. I just know what they were thinking. Typical Westerner. Typical Westerner trying to give us $5. You've probably been like, keep the change, and the fuck are you doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I feel so sorry for you. My poor fellow American thinking the rest of the world also uses commas for large numbers. Uh, even the excitement was involved. Oh my god. Oh man. I can imagine. I can deeply imagine what it feels like. So, what was your assumption? Did you feel like they had like an error in their accounting system that you wanted to exploit, or what was it? Just thought it was cheap. I get it. I see. Isn't the text file? Yeah, You need to take it. Isn't the hex file? Um, I just closed it actually. Let me look it up. So I'll use a calculator. Calculator. So I'll do the math. I'll do the math using a calculator. Also with the comma, because you know the decimal comma. We are Japanese. Doing research, so much freaking research. Um, so, so we have a bit, we have a bit of an advantage doing the base 64 approach, and we can. There's also the advantage that we can use edit.exe, which doesn't have a weird buffer limit, as we found out with my hex editor. Some people were witness that the computer shed its pants once it reached a certain limit. In the US, it's so annoying that you see a price and have to know it's a lie because you'll get taxed to the counter, so everything is always more expensive than the label amount. There's something that I also don't get, especially like the service charge scams that are going on, or like always being charged extra for some undisclosed service that you supposedly agree to. First chunk, 240k of 240k transmitted. Awesome. Let's go for the next chunk, shall we? That poor laptop of mine, having to handle all these interrupts, being fired at it. But it took like an hour. It took like 55 minutes to transmit. We made the British School of Taxes, and 250 years later, income tax. Yeah. So, but at this point, we know it's typing Doom by hand. If you're like a really good, so if you have it in, so if you learned the base 64 decoding of Doom by heart, and you got really fast hands, it would take you like a day, an entire day. Taxes. Property tax. Oh my goodness. Printed in one of those 664 magazines from back in the day where you could type your game in basic. Yeah, it has the same vibe essentially. It's like I know of some magazines that I don't want to lie, but I feel pretty confident saying that there were magazines who were publishing like stuff in printed binary somehow to be used with a diskette monitor or a hex editor. I don't mean to lie, but it has like there's like the same version on steroids. I'll be back. He's gone. Quick upload ponies and other 10-year-old memes. What's the bottleneck whenever the yellow LED turns on? It's basically unavoidable. It's basically unavoidable. That's like the my script feeding the Arduino's buffer because I can't do it simultaneously. I can't do the buffer feeding while having the Arduino type stuff. Unfortunately, well, what unfortunately is the wrong word because it also allows the computer the Toshiba to process stuff inside of its buffer. So I'm fine with it. So it's the LED light. It's being fed with 4 kilobytes worth of characters during that light up. What is the baud rate did you set for serial begin? The default one, the 9000 something, and I don't mind changing it. I don't even mind keeping it. It's nice to have like as a feedback system. It works reliably, so I don't mind. I don't think it will do much to the to the entire to the entire time that the installation and the typing takes. I want to get a new wallpaper for my website, but I don't know what. What exactly don't you know what? No idea what to put. Maybe I can help you out. I can actually help you out. So, are you looking like for a stereotypical background image, or are you looking for a tileable background texture? Because if you want the latter, I can help you out. I can definitely help you out. Apparently you can set a much higher baud rate. It's probably not worth it. Current setup is reliable. Exactly. So it's only around 8.5 to 10 hours, right? So we are about to hit 20%. Yeah, it's I did I got the numbers wrong actually. It isn't 24 hours. It's not 24 hours. It's more like 10 hours. So when 230k take like an hour, 10 hours actually, and we are like basically done with the about to be done with the second hour. So it's just gonna be a second stream that this will take. Mailingen, there's also, if you want me to, I can teach you a cool CSS trick to make those tiles movable. So to have like the background, so you don't need JavaScript or anything like that. To have like some endless scrolling of your background texture. So if you'd like to implement this kind of thing. So it's like 2.3 megabytes per 10 hours. Like what would the baud rate be? So this is some according to ChatGPT, if I want to believe it, it's somewhere around 511 baud. So it's a bit faster than most acoustic couplers from back then. but I'm really surprised about that there are so many DOS applications still available on the internet which do so many things. For instance, the whole the whole MD5 thingy, or like the base 64 thingy, which is awesome. Some time about carrier command 2, good game, but going between island takes too long. Oh god, I'm getting tired. Carrier command 2. So is this like an is this like real-time strategy? So online multiplayer? Do I get it right? First person. RTS, you mean real-time strategy? But okay. I'm mostly a zoomer, but what video games are concerned, I'm a complete boomer actually. It's so like the most recent video game system that I own is like a PlayStation 3. Oh god, oh my goodness, I'm getting tired. And I already had like 2 nights worth of sleep the last time I went for sleep. Emulating on the PS3 is hard. Well, RetroArch, I've been playing around with RetroArch on the PS3 and it doesn't make fun. I at this point I just get a small x86 box and use that. Wanted to play MGS4, but it has to. MGS4 wasn't MGS4. What do you mean by MGS4 isn't MGS4 a PS3 native title? Can't you just like multi-man that thing? Ah, I need to open the window. So I know if I were to connect a Win2K to the internet, I would connect in seconds. But if I connected a Win31, would literally anything happen? That's a good question, actually. So what do you mean exactly by connecting to the internet? So there are like two separate semantics behind that sentence. So do you mean like regular internet connection, like home router? Being inside of your router's firewall, or do you mean like the thing I did in my last video? Pre-compiling modules. Never heard of this actually. Of pre-compiling modules. Link in Discord. Okay, I'll have a look. So you don't emulate on the PS3, you are emulating the PS3. So okay, I get it. Okay, I can imagine that it's gonna be hard. For the sake of a higher likelihood of an explosion, let's say, as explosive as possible. So I had Windows 95 hooked up using this setup, as you could see in that video, and nothing happened. The TCP/IP implementation of Windows 95 and the 9X kernel has a flaw. It has a documented flaw called the ping of death. So there's a DOS attack that you can pull off. And in theory, you can do a buffer overflow and in theory do remote code execution just by exploiting the TCP/IP stack. The CIFS implementation, or like the SMB implementation, you know, file sharing and printer sharing on Windows 9X is a different one than the one that Windows 2000 or the NT line has, but it must have the same issues. So according to the documentation of the Eternal Blue exploit, even Windows 95, for example, is affected, but the exploits that you can use, like the Python codes that you can download, are only targeting Windows NT and the ports that are because they are using different ports, because Windows 95 is using net bias over TCP/IP, whereas Windows 2000 and the NT architecture is using port 445. So Windows 95 uses 139, Windows NT 445, because it has a more TCP/IP based direct SMB implementation, whereas Windows 95 is using needs to tunnel it. But according to the sources, if I want to believe them, Eternal Blue should be you can pull off Eternal Blue on a Windows 95 machine. Considering this and the faulty TCP/IP implementation, I'm quite sure that if someone intended to pull it off, you could do remote code execution on Windows 3.1. But if you would do it as of right now, nothing would be happening. There would be nothing happening for real, because the ports aren't even attacked. Maybe this could be a thing I could try doing Eternal Blue on an 9X kernel. It wouldn't be fun. It would take a lot of research. It would take a lot of ChatGPTing. It would take a lot of Googling. But I don't think that's impossible. The file system for PS3 games is very clean though. What do you mean file system for PS3? Do you mean like on an implementation level, or do you mean like having the files in order? I would be shocked if it did, if only because it would be such an unlikely time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But maybe someone would or some bot would unintentionally crash your machine, like making it freeze or display a blue screen. So if some actor is trying to exploit it, always it also depends on the ports that you have open. So if you do like file and printer sharing over using NetBIOS over TCP/IP, there are security gaps being exploited for NetBIOS over TCP/IP. Actually, I remember like for Windows XP systems still in compatibility mode. So it is a thing. So the port is being attacked, and maybe this would result in a crash when put in the wild. Can you even run a server? Yes, you can. There are server softwares using WinSock on three Windows 3.1 and Windows for Workgroups. Like I think there's. I don't mean to lie. I think there's a web server and there's like a Gopher server and FTP and stuff like that. That's available. And you can implement one. That's for sure. I probably will install MGS for one of these days. Just gonna take a really long time. Do you mean like using this approach? Oh, wait a second. Stuff in Discord. What about Windows 1.0? Yes, and the WinSock implementation was only available in, I believe, Windows 3.1 and Windows 3.1.1. Um, and since Windows 1.0 is too much, it's lacking too much of OS capabilities. It's more like so the it's more of a GUI thing more than like Windows 3.1 is, because Windows 3X has like its own kernel and it can be considered its own operating system. But I'm sure you could use Windows 1.0 with a DOS network stack such as MTCP or Trumpet WinSock or something like this. I'm sure about this.
Get up, cocksuckers! Salute the flag! Get up, everybody! Get up! It's my...
Good night, everyone. Need to put babies to bed. Get work on. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a witness for what's to come. Don't know how that man had the energy. Don't know how that man had the energy to comprehend the stream. Well, you do comprehend, don't you? Like, I think we at this time we are all in the same boat. What comprehension is concerned. What do you think? Do you think that people like John Carmack are watching Can Doom content? And if so, would this kind of thing be like something that these guys would like to watch? So if my existence was ever got acknowledged by someone like John Carmack, it would be awesome, or like John Romero. Probably same as Rick Astley, chill with it, but don't want to be annoyed by it. You ever played the base station 13 or 14? You need to know, I'm such a boomer, I don't even. I, I feel like not even knowing the half of what you're talking about, especially what games are concerned. The most to be fair, the most recent thing that I'm playing is like I used to play CS:GO a lot because I like the mechanics and stuff, but I don't even think that CS:GO is even playable nowadays because of like CS2, and CS2 works like runs like shit. Super niche sci-fi RP game that's really fun. Oh, it's really the wrong genre. I feel like this is the wrong genre to me. Screen. I'm looking. So it's like a top-down thing. I see somewhat of a top-down thing. So it reminds me of Amogus. Amogus is also one of the things I used to play, but not like on a professional scale. Amogus. It looks nice. It looks worth playing. So from reading the screenshots, from seeing the screenshots on Steam alone, it seems as if it's like a Slavic thing. It's like a Russian thing. Elysium, Phobos, Mертвый Kosmos, Возрожденный Феникс, Помощь новичкам, Persei, Rybia, Stancia. So it must have like a huge Russian speaking community. Fifty-fifty between them in English. Well, maybe I'll have a look into it. Is any one of you a Russian speaker, perhaps, or like any other Slavic language? Would be nice to know. Wonder if it's because of Asimov and other sci-fi USSR. Right? Probably. It could be. Could be. In Germany, there's a funny saying. Das ist wie als würde ich Brot beim Schimmeln zusehen. So, translated, it's like watching bread get moldy. Um, It's when having to watch a rather boring thing happen, and the thing that we are doing right now is essentially watching bread get moldy. Brot beim Schimmeln zusehen. Even though it's not boring, it's rather interesting, and I'm quite glad about the reliable transmission. Watching paint dry, essentially, basically, yeah. It's watching paint dry. We may have the most complex language according to other language, but God, we are dumb. Yeah, the thing is with German, if someone would force me to teach German at gunpoint, I'd fail. I'd probably fail because it all being my mother's tongue, I really have a hard time trying to find the patterns to explain to someone. Oh, checksum match, awesome. I I think I have time for like another chunk. Let's do another chunk. So to have it like 30 30%. I mean, thankfully, most English words are Germanic in some ways, so it's pretty easy to read. Well, but try to teach German pronunciation to like a foreigner. It's gonna be painful. I feel like this gonna be similarly painful as to teaching someone speak Russian. Because like sometimes I'm obsessing over Slavic languages and their grammar, and but with Russian, the whole presnagenie, so like pronunciation thing, it's awful, especially when reading a text and then trying to predict how that stuff is being pronounced. It's an impossible challenge, essentially. Only things that's harder are compound words that are unnecessary. Ja, ja. Rindfleisch, Etikettierungs-, Verpackungsaufgaben, Übertragungsgesetz, Dinge. Ja, ja. To be honest, I think of language pronunciations as accents, so somehow nail most European languages thanks to my unknown European accent. It won't help you. It won't help you with Russian, that's for sure. With Ukrainian, maybe, probably, but with Russian, no, no way. Russian is just the English alphabet but rewritten. Well, like from an inconsistency scale, it's basically just as bad as English. So, what are some prime examples for English pronunciation not matching up the way it's written? Like Q, for example. There are some examples, and so when if one would try to learn Russian, it's basically as hard as English. Especially the O and R thing, like in Spasiba, it ends with an O, but it there's an A at the end. No, it's written to be ending with O, the letter O, but you say R, and this is the worst thing ever in Russian language. Still don't know why we have to attach U to every Q. I'm in this other SS14 server and decided to write a bio for my. So you seem to be obsessed with with that franchise, aren't you? Employed cryogenically stored in 1990X by the Tyrell Corporation. So it sounds like some kind of Shadowrun like story. So if you aren't that cyberpunk genre stuff, maybe you should want to have a look at Shadowrun, or like a really niche thing you might want to have a look at, like where you have to find logs with like files attached. Bioforge for for DOS. Maybe this is like some stuff that you like. Introversion software uplink. Oh, this looks nice. This looks nice. Released in 2006, so basically too recent for my taste. But it looks nice. It looks nice. I really like the graphics and the UI design of that thing. You need to know I'm a boomer. Everything that's new to me is automatically bad. These are the guys that made DEF CON Prison Architect Now Salted Paradox. I'm not so much of a gamer, you need to know. Tried it. I don't even know if I got the time to try things. New things bad. I just want to stick to my DOS and PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1. That's like the way to go. $3 on Steam, or you can buy it physically. Always aiming to buy things. Comes with a free IRC client if you unlock. Shy guy knows. Felix should try SCP, SCPCB. You mean like containment breach? I'm not that much into horror. I like the older Resident Evils. I really like them, like 1, 2, Resident Evil 0 especially, or Nemesis. Even though I didn't like Nemesis as a character, he was too much of a hentai thing to me. But the modern, the slender like horror, it's nothing. For it doesn't meet my taste. Pretty good, as it's a 50-50 between horror and puzzles. I'll get something to drink. I'll be back. spooks out of me every time, but it's fucking good. +3 on Windows. I'm not even on Windows. Okay, I could use Proton, but I simply at this point I simply want to use my Linux system as an excuse. I'm so sorry. I appreciate your advice on which things to play, but I'm too rigid in that. Oh, that was loud. I'm sorry. I'm too stubborn. Ah, that looks... nah, it doesn't look like something I'd like to play. It doesn't look like something I'd have fun with playing. My legs were shaking while I'm sure of this. My stomach would be shaking. To be exact, my fucking colon would be shaking when doing this in VR. Mentioned this, but also marathon. You're obsessed with it. You're obsessed with games, aren't you? Pretty good, you might. Ah, creators of Halo and Destiny. It has this weird aftertaste to it just by hearing like Halo and Destiny. I'm somewhat of a Wipeout enjoyer. So the Wipeout series, this is something that makes my heart beat. Bungie's first game. Mm. 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 Do you even have like the graphics card that's required for it? I have a GeForce GTX 960. A GTX 960, that's what's in my computer right now. So if it runs on that card, I might consider it. Let's make it smoke. You? I see. You aren't even talking about the remake that they're trying to make. So I assume you've been talking about the remake. Well, I feel like this is gonna get me motion sickness, just as Doom does. Well, I wouldn't even need a like. I don't even think that I'd need a graphics card for it. I think VGA should be sufficient enough. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It seems as if huge game companies don't have any own ideas to come up with anymore. Also, good news. I'm being offered. YouTube has offered me like their membership feature, like the the channel membership feature, um, and I'm trying to come up with ideas on what to, if I'd like to make use of that feature, on what to offer the paid members. So do you have like any? I know it's more of a gimmicky thing, but you know the chat emojis and stuff. Would you like have some kind of preference on what to provide as emotes? Nice jokes in you in a chat, and I don't mind. I really don't mind. But you need to consider if you'd be a member, you or Discord roles. If you'd be a member, you would definitely help me obtaining the games you want me to play. Food for thought. To be fair, I personally think that the Discord roles I have on my Discord, these are like perfect, like unironically perfect. So I've put so much thought into my Discord's roles. I'm not even joking. So is anyone in here like still watching? Is anyone in here like still like actively watching? Okay, more like passively watching. I don't judge. I don't mind. So since you're German and it's 8:05 in the morning, um, are you like on vacation or something like this? Studying. Ah, okay, studying. So are you like studying in terms of like in the context of formal education? So like studying a certain topic you have to write an exam about? I hate being ear-raped all of a sudden by social media. Ah, okay. Which topic is it? Ah, okay. Don't want to get. Don't mind. Have you ever used a mod tracker? I did some stuff with Scale Tracker, um, and I've been using FT2, but I'm not good at using trackers. I'm really not good at it, and I deeply believe that I won't ever get into it. I tend to enjoy listening to tracker music every now and then. The thing is, I have like a really, really, really nichey taste of music. It's mostly like it's house stuff mostly. It's Gabba stuff. It's happy hardcore, but not like the anime like happy hardcore from nowadays. More like the Dutch trash from the mid 90s, and Eurodance. Not like what people mix it up with, like the late 90s Europop bullshit. So more like especially niche stuff. And there are some good, really really good recreations of some Eurodance songs being that have been made using Fast Tracker, and they sound really good. Or some remixes, and I sometimes like to play them on authentic hardware. So what's since you're German, what's your opinion on me having like the word Barne? So if you, I'm sure you know about the law and like what Barne means, and so what's your opinion on this? I do enjoy a lot of the music you just named. Excellent, excellent. That's good. So maybe I have some niche stuff to recommend to you, or maybe you have some niche stuff to recommend to me. But so you aren't part of the Drachen game. You aren't into the or you have never been involved in like the whole Drachenlord lore. Is it dialect for? It's dialect for. It's a transcripted dialect of Barren. So when Drachenlord has been begging for like the currency on the platform where he used to stream at. It was called Barn, and he always said Barn. So due to his Franconian Frankish accent, he always used to swap the N and the E in at the end of words. So especially with infinitives. So rausschmeißen turned to hinausschmeißen and stuff like that. And he sometimes got a bit got somewhat mocked for it. So okay, so you need so knowing I feel like knowing your age. So I feel like somewhat knowing your age if you aren't involved. So if you're not if you don't know that much about the Drachenlord thing. Oh, last chunk. Is it correct? Correct. Awesome. So I need to get Alltag shit done. I'm very sorry. I have to stop the stream. Um, I only hear about it now and then. I need to stop the stream. We are 30% done. So Doom is like 30% transmitted, which is awesome. So thank you for being in here. Thank you for watching the stream, and especially thank you for your attempts at making the PS2 library work. Bye for now.